Realized that was on in my head. Turn off the fucking Spotify. Hello, everyone. Charcoal. Everyone, including Charcoal. Everyone who is Charcoal. Everyone is Charcoal now. That's the rule. We're going back to this fucking game. I want to resume from there. I don't want to resume from there specifically. What I want to do is get to the menu as soon as possible. Alright, flowchart. So, this has key, this has key. Not sure what these keys mean. And if I just skip to here, because I just kind of want to skip ahead. I just want to get the rest of the. Yeah, I'm not sure what unlocked means in this instance.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide.
Yeah, but what I want to do is get through at least all the rest of, you know, these question marks here to, you know, unlock maybe. So I'm just gonna get through like these. So this is going through what, the 8 door? The 7 door? No, right, it'd be the 8 door because I went through the door with 7, not with Lotus. I don't want to go through the one with Lotus because I hate her. But I also hate Santa even more now. And then going through this one is the other door I didn't go through, which was the 6th door. This one's gonna be the 6th door, which seems like there's gonna be quite a lot here. Which I'm guessing this is the intended true route or something, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Anyways. I'm just skipping through the text. Let's go through door number 8.
I think I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay, 8 it is. Yeah. All right then. That means June's gotta go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
What? Why?
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Yeah, we know. I know.
Have 3, 5, and 8.
I already know this part.
You get it?
Yeah, shut up, Santa. We're gonna go through.
Hey, come on. You're making it. We gotta split up. This is just like when we went into the fort. We got split up then too. But I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Exactly.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I'm damn sure he's not gonna.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again.
We're gonna see each other again.
Yes.
For sure.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Whatever.
It's more of a dismissal than an agreement.
All right, we're ready to go. Let's move.
Alright, let's see if this will give us more Clover information or if it's the same Clover information as the other side. Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and
Are you
Clover.
ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
It's open.
It's open! A narrow hallway stretched out
Okay.
before them.
Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. Detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped because he's a fucking idiot. Looked to his left toward door 7, and June was there too. Because they're both fucking
June.
idiots.
Jumpy.
Your farewell took almost
What the hell are you
1.5
doing?
seconds. Someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. Like, what are you doing, you fucking moron? His bracelet gave a cold electronic beat.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Wow. There's no scrambling about where is it.
It stopped.
It's just suddenly, yep, we have it, okay. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake.
Oh yeah, so I believe it just put us down this path when we went here. So, like, the green line represents the path we took, so I'm guessing that it's either going to be about that that when we choose whichever one, it's either going to be the one that we did the last time, or that it just chooses something automatically. But yeah, but obviously the green line here is important to the route. Yeah, it marks the path.
Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed.
Oh, it's a dead end.
Hallway made a number of turns before at last coming
There's
to
a
a
door on
dead
the
end.
left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory
A
engraved on it.
laboratory? Huh.
Right, the laboratory was the other thing.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
I don't like the look of
Me
your
either.
face.
But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei,
Huh?
please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Fine.
Junpei muttered to herself and pushed open the iron door. You go in, you freaking idiot. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. So another thing about just these keys is it doesn't tell us, like, what each of these keys, like, mean. Like, it doesn't tell us, like, anything about, you know, this specific key or whatever. First steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. The thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see to the other side of the division.
I think the window looks into another room.
Nah, shit.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
A list of relevant fragments. when you select the section. I'm not seeing what that's supposed to mean. Key moments. So I need to click it twice. Ah, I see. Chemical closet before the door. Okay, I see what that is. But so did only this left side give us key moments? The right side didn't? I guess it makes sense because we didn't have... Because we weren't with Akane on the right side here. Map of the ship, match, plate on a shelf, picture of a dog. Rusted knife, freezer, dry ice, escape the freezer. Yeah, and there's only a couple. I don't know.
Ooh,
It's creepy. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
well,
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
I don't know,
Stop.
man.
Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She's gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad.
What is she?
There's something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and as kindly as he
Are you
could,
okay?
spoke. Clover looked
What are
away.
you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Just leave her alone,
Come
asshole!
on, no, I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a
Junpei,
moment.
you just don't get it!
Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few
My
steps
brother's
alarmed.
not the kind of person who just leave me behind! Something happened to him! Something bad.
Yeah,
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to
Look,
Junpei.
just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly
hey,
away.
wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the
Clover,
doorway.
watch out above you!
And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis. A portcullis? What the fuck is
What
this
the
word?
heck? What's going
Sealing
on
Clover
here?
in. Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she
Hang
could.
on. I'll get it open.
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined them. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei
Just
nodded.
what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Now she's being cooperative. Seek a way out. Laboratory. Silver handrail. Can you do something, please? Window made of really thick glass. I don't think even a bullet could break it. Ethanol. Alright. That's the only door you're gonna open? Okay. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. See if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. Whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Lights, huh? Oh, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Loctite. All 9 of them. Of course it's 9. Wonder if there's anything important in there. Probably. This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Just sticking the power cable in isn't gonna do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, some computers are in the monitor. This is a keyhole. This looks like a hole for the activation key. A machine in the other room. Really old type of keyboard. Ah! 2 levers. Think they activate something? Nothing. Hands on the clock have stopped moving. Clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. A lot of stuff here. On top, I think it's a power cable. Power cable! Darn. I don't know what it would have done, but it could have done something. Control for electronic door lock. Wait, I'll be right there. I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? Oh, work. I can't even move the knob. Silver handrail. It's like an examination table. There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. Doing experiments on humans, probably. What kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. The pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. Well, if they only used a pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen, Clover. Do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I guess not ethanol. It's a rack! A bunch of cables on it. Someone cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. I wonder what they washed here. These weird colored stains all over the sink. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. A bunch of stuff on here like resistance value and voltage. Power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. Wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And this is a control for that. Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. Turn the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. The stairs. The handrails, okay. Win. Shit, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. not gonna fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. Damn. The mouse. The keyboard. What are these boxes? Rubber boxes. Papers and stuff in them. I guess nothing of importance. Can't examine these things. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to write that permanent ink with. What am I gonna wipe with? Well, your clothes, of course. Kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. You trust me? I feel kind of special. Thanks, Clover. Soak it in ethanol and use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having trouble with the bottle of ethanol. She's ready. I should ask her to get to work on the stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? Some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. So deal with the drawing Clover found. Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. A bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay, Roger. Hey, Junpei, I wrote down all the numbers from the desk here. Paper with the numbers on it acquired. New material has been added to the file screen. The note Clover copied in the stand in the laboratory. There's 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. Like tic-tac-toe. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Is there anything that had 9 buttons on it? Like that? Scribblings, mannequin. Let's plug up 3 prongs or 2. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Cable on the monitor has it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? You gonna plug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but, well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it, that's no good then. How about just the plug? What? The plug? Or maybe more like a connector? So everything that makes a plug with the 3 metal thingies go into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless! Not useless at all! That's just what we're looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright, unplugged. I'll hand it over to you at the bars, okay? Here you go, the 2-prong plug. Thanks. 2-prong plug. Combined with the power of combinationing. Yeah. Combined with the power of combining things. 2-prong power cable. That ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. Never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. You can push the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
The soft helmet turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
Huh? It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda... Weird.
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly. Hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
He most certainly had
Is
not,
that
but
normal?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Lotus?
Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. Second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping and twisting her back left and right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. And before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed. Click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a
Didn't
loss for
expect
words.
that, did you?
Of course I didn't. You're typing so fast. I can't even see your fingers.
Lotus grinned, pleased with
Well,
herself.
at any rate, you're pretty amazing.
Did you fall for me again?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean again? I'm not into you.
I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy.
I know you're not into me. I know you're into June.
I am not being stubborn. I am not shy, and I am not a boy. I am a young, healthy, 21-year-old man. I'm not gonna fall for an
Okay.
old lady like you.
Suddenly, the guttural roar of the furious animal filled the room. Or so Junpei thought for just a moment. Lotus's hand suddenly stopped and her shoulders
Old
stiffened.
lady. Did you just say old lady?
Well,
Ah, crap, thought Junpei. I went too far. Oh well, it was a nice life while it
I've had
lasted.
enough of you. Go somewhere else. You're bothering me.
What?
Go see if you can find a password hint or something. I'll try and open this from here. You're distracting me. Go.
Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of get the fuck out of here. Junpei was clearly
Fine.
not
I
wanted.
guess I'll go.
Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly and inoffensively as he could. Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password for the computer. Unfortunately,
Nothing. No clues whatsoever. Clover didn't find anything useful in the laboratory either. Damn. Looks like we've hit a dead end this time.
just as he was about to tell Lotus that his search had to return nothing,
All right. Bullseye. Junpei, I did it.
excited cheering erupted from near the monitor.
What?
Heard back to find Lotus looking rather smug.
let me see.
She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone, and in its place was something entirely different. 9 squares arranged in a 3x3
What is
square.
that?
I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password.
You think it's a puzzle?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Certainly looks like one.
As she spoke, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break.
You're the
all right?
puzzle master, you
I did my
fucker.
part.
Well,
He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part, in fact. Without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to
I guess
himself.
you're right.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Alright, I solved it! Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where'd it come from? Aha, the lockers. Look, Junpei, the lights on the lockers are green. We must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. There's more than one key in here. This one is small, and it looks like it goes to some sort of machine. This one has the Earth symbol on it. And I think the Earth symbol matches the keyhole on a door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, you probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key, I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. As for the other key... Activation key. This looks like the same key we used to unlock the toilet paper dispenser thingy at my old jobs. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
Put the puzzle aside for a moment and walk over to Clover.
What's up?
Well, never mind.
Hey, hold on a minute. What does...
You call me over and then say never mind?
Sorry. Just forget about it. It's nothing.
Alright. Whatever, Clover. Before he could say anything else, she spun around and ran back down the stairs.
What the hell was that?
After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return, Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. Alright, so this key, obviously here. And it's full of letters. Showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of an abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Junpei, this thing in here is on now! Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Would you, like, play with it a little? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think anything's working. Nothing's happening. Well, maybe she missed something. Should ask her to look around the room again. Got a bunch of electrodes sticking on its head. It's a rack with some cables top with copper wire exposed. Let's strip this from this monitor. A lot of cables. Junpei, thank you so much for everything. What's this all about? And also, I'm sorry I messed up. Hey, we can talk about this when you get out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. Yay! I think this is the first time I've seen a genuine smile out of this chick. It's a rack, scribblings, a lot of cables. Oh, just hit the button again, okay. Maybe if you increase the voltage? Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey, wait, Clover. Ah, shit. What? I think, Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. What the hell? Fire detected, fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. The gate's still shut. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Control device. Junpei, look at the light. So it's green. Emergency system is activated to disable the lock. Then we can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid, jump! She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? And she sucked coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright! What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead! Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. We found the exit, guys. We just had to activate an alarm. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
It's a goal.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. For long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
The final door sat in a corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. Neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. No doubt the voice belonged to
Jumpy!
Akane. He spun around. There at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
He stopped short of Fred of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover
Hey
spoke.
guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she found.
A map of the ship's...
It is the map.
See?
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
So did we even get any key moments in this route? I don't think so. There was nothing that
Yeah,
seemed
you
significant
know
at
what I said.
all.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh.
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
Was when they all moved back toward the door. Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to
I
open.
almost forgot. We should keep this.
Pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. Six of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle, and Santa stepped forward. He called out the door and spoke without looking back at the other
Ready?
5.
I'm gonna open it.
They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. He poured through the doorway and into the room without even looking around. Each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map said they would
back.
be.
In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
Ah, I see.
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
It looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. Alright.
The key?
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
Tossed something small and metallic for Junpei.
Nice catch.
Jeez.
The object was, in fact, a key.
So,
So very similar to a 4. He looked over at June and nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, all right?
yeah, on it.
He tucked the new
So
key
how
in his
many
pocket.
unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory, the Saturn key card we found in the kitchen, and the Jupiter key you just gave me.
He tucked the new keys into his pocket and June
The
spoke up.
Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight.
Yep. Dan it, dan it, dan it, dan it, dan it. He's gonna skip
Yeah,
through
on it.
everything. Cause, yeah. Of course there's a reason. They can only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. Just skip the whole innuendo section. As funny as that was.
We'd probably die.
We'd probably die.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we...
Why didn't you just stop it? We'd probably die. What? Is that a line you just hadn't heard before for whatever reason? And I found that it's Snake's body, but it's probably not actually Snake's body. Oh, right. Oh my god, why is this dog barking? Hold on. Why are you barking? What are you barking at? Sorry, dog was barking. She was just not shutting up. Alright. Everybody says their doors. We want to choose door number 6 this time.
I want to go through door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. Read Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd
None of
said.
these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 4 plus 8 equals 19, and 1 plus 9 is 10, which 1 plus 0 is 1. First problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't that obvious?
Isn't it obvious? You go with the others.
Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she'd found herself, but even so...
I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 is 15, goes to 1 plus 5 equals 6.
7. Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
All right then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah, be careful.
We should get going as well. ...
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to the E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door number 6.
There it is. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
Come on, let's get to it. Gotta get into it. One by one, they put their palms over the red. The soft electronic noise that authenticated each one of them. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey, I found it. It's right there.
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one.
It stopped.
Yes, it stopped.
Countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
You got that right.
True?
Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
With that, the doom and gloom from before was done, and the mood turned somewhat
All right,
lighter.
let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked.
It looks
I'm
like a
opening
door.
it.
Took the hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Santa got a few words out before the rest of them. Before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh. Could be 2 stories. Maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
June pointed to the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
Junpei and the others are standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person.
You're right.
Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
Moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
Is it walking, at least? The entire room was as silent as the grave.
Let's split up.
And all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright?
He dashed toward her, wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he
Junpei.
noticed...
Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes, it probably is, but I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down, careful.
She's fucking dead. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. Akane fever strings. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath. Also, hello, Joanne. Welcome to stream. Her eyes were empty, as if having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
I have the Yellow Submarine ending and the Coffin ending. Yellow Submarine was for the first stream. Coffin was last stream. I'm gonna try and get a little bit more this stream because, you know, there's probably a little bit more I can do. Have a little bit more time. But, you know, we'll see. No good endings yet.
Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Seek a way out. Bum, 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 bum. The steam engine room. Wow. This is big. Anyways, first, actually, I need to order some food. I'm getting hungry. I didn't eat yet. Well, like, I ate earlier, but, you know, that was way earlier. Probably because I have the novel on rather than the... Or it's a visual bug, yeah, because I don't remember seeing that at all since I started. Aside from maybe the beginning? I don't know. I don't remember seeing it ever. Probably wouldn't have the visual bug if I was playing the DS version, huh? Gonna check something real quick? Alright, I'm gonna order food real quick. From right here. Just enjoy the... ambientness. Alright. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving... Yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. What were you checking? It's a square hole? Nothing in here. Yeah, I figured that's probably what it actually was. The fact that I was using the novel screen. Ah, look at the back wall there. Let's see, 3 small slots. Terminals from some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean, you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? It's gotta mean something. Guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Huh, nothing. This pillar goes up toward the ceiling. There's a thing there. What is this? A golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. The gear is rusty, but it still looks pretty sturdy. Yeah, sorry, that's my phone notification. Looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. This is where you put coal into the furnace. That's right. I had a look at it earlier, but it's rusted shut, I'm afraid. Perhaps you could check the other side? Huge oven in the boiler. There's 3 open areas in it. This area has a gear. There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Look, Ace! Some kind of snowman secret meeting! Those are just bags full of sand. You use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with the pulley system. Man, you're too serious. And this is a silver gear. You think it's made of pure silver? No. Silver is way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. You think you could haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Maybe? Yours rusty, but it looks pretty sturdy. Rear belt runs toward some sort of arched tunnel. I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, then the steam engine might start working. It's certainly possible. The bottom of a massive boiler. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You need at least 4 of these. A golden gear that is not guilty. True? Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know. He knows a lot about boats. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. There's a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Conveyor belt isn't conveying anything. Ah, we can't go up the stairs. There's 3 sliders. And the 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one's up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. Expect Romero to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why didn't you move that slider down? Well, no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing, huh? Nothing happened. You need to be prepared. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. No dice, nothing's going. A. What are the doors on the furnace? There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens, and it's totally pitch black in there. Should, go in here. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? Must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. Whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Damn boxes. I think we can go over there. Aha. Go on the other side with a B. Let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. Feel any resistance? Ah, shit! Ah. The wheel fell off. Well, that's unfortunate. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Hand-operated winch. The wheel once out is now in my hand. These shafts are too small for that big hole. That's what she said? It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, to be honest. If that's the case, then that wheel wasn't originally part of this winch. And that means it goes to somewhere else. Where? I have no idea. What's behind door number C? Pull out the other winch, didn't I? Let's see if this one fits. It's perfect fit! See, the wooden box is under the catwalk. Can you see it? Taken from the rope of the witch, isn't it? It's like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. Might as well turn the wheel now. Counting on ya. Turn the wheel. It only turns to the left. Only turns to the left. That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah. Only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We will simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat. Counting on me for everything, because what's the protagonist good for if not for being counted on by everybody?
The box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
Damn, whoever accepted the order just denied the order after accepting it. That sucks. Stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
Over there.
Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall as if she had barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. I almost thought he could see the heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he said what they had all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not going to just get better right away, you know. It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's got to be exhaustion.
Santa's response is confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
He stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Is that not the boxes of the pulley? Was it a different area? Oh wait, here we go. Here it is. Control panel for something. Oh look, it's got the square things. I know where that goes, right in here. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Right, pushing. All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And I think heard something turn on. Conveyor belt. Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. It's like a bunch of dump that got dumped off at the end of the belt into that rodent box where we found the control panel. Coal, huh? Since the belt started moving, it's transported quite a bit of coal. Box filled with coal. Aw, yeah. That's pretty coal, man. Get it? Coal. And you get some coal in there and set it on fire. So coal's in there. I gotta find fire. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I could have expected that. Or just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything. Ah, well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. Holy shit. Tears of the Kingdom Hearts. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam. Speaking of Tears of the Kingdom, I work on the day that it comes out. Tears of the Mushroom Kingdom. So, but I'm going to, before I go to work, I'm going to go pick up the game on GameStop because I already have it pre-ordered on hold. So I'll go in there, pick it up, and then go to work. When I get back from work, I'm gonna start streaming the game. So I will be streaming Tears of the Kingdom once it comes out when I get back from work. So that'll be fun. Which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine. And drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous. So we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. And I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get the coal into those furnaces. Alright. Sound effects. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Right, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. Makes you think I have matches. I see. How are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Sort of ignition device, huh? Like, maybe, possibly the thing that was up the stairs? Oh, hell yeah, look at that! Is this? I think it might be. Probably is. This is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go! Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this! There's big gears turning under the boiler here. On the bronze one. What? There was a bronze one? I didn't even see that. How are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Oh, I guess we did. There was. Bronze disc. Some weird pattern on it. This is a gold disc. And this is a silver disc. Not sure. What's on top? Silver, okay, so, okay, I see. So it's like silver, gold, bronze. So that's probably like, they're supposed to go. Small door on the right side of this tunnel. He thinks... Ah, we can't go... You know what? That makes sense. We can't go through the boiler because it's hot. Where do we use these? Oh. There's a depression in here that looks like they're outlined 3 circles laying on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places. Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the disc to make some of the lines connect to one another. Right arrows click, the discs are switched. So we want the silver to be, no. Silver to be on top. So we want it to look like, I don't know, this? The star polygon with these. Ah. Easy. I did it. That was hard. It wasn't.
Yes! The door's open!
Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. He seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all three of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
GG easy. He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Yeah, he really is. I don't like Santa, especially after this ending. I don't like Santa. Fucking bitch.
All right, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
Gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt of June.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up slowly.
Are you okay?
He'll be getting coal in his talking after that. True, and we have some to give him. From this conveyor belt. And it's not there in this picture, but it was earlier. Did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand on her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior.
You're such a warrior. Ah, yes. The warrior cats. June giggled. He wasn't sure if she'd made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
All right, let's go.
Where did I get a ping from? Okay.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
Let's go! June clasped her hand and nodded urgently. Why is this dog barking again? They headed back to the exit, but found their... Back on their way, they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice
It's
quiet.
a photo. It's my sister.
Sister?
Sister?
Santa, you've got a sister?
Santa simply nodded.
Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Akane, that joke was terrible. The fuck do you mean? Santa glared at her.
Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Santa didn't smile or laugh.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back into his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
Sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know
Have you
either.
ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses?
No.
It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death.
Damn. Usually it's the other way around.
When he stabbed the other Santa, the
Sorry,
white
that
Santa
was-
got
that
blood
was
all over
bad.
his clothes.
That was a bad joke. That was terrible. Oh my god, my fucking intrusive thoughts.
And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the Black Santa.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued.
Which Santa I am, the White Santa or the Black Santa?
I mean, you are wearing both colors. You know, sometimes there's... You know, sometimes there's just a gray area where you might reside in. Inside you, there are two Santas. Ho, 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 motherfucker.
All right, let's go.
He pulls out the fucking golden Glock. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed up back up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. Nothing they could think of to say.
What are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above
Let's
him.
go.
Yeah.
Nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against a handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
Door had shut, but it wasn't cause for
Sorry
concern.
we took so long.
We quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. All you gotta do is solve the disc puzzle. In a single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them.
Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take a look at their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Seek a way out. The cargo room. As opposed to the truck stop room. There's a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Wait! Card with the 9th man's face printed on it. What's that? It's a card. Has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. It sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. What the fuck are you going on about, Junpei? Cargo space? No, cargo road. And this one has Santa's face on it. The case triplet, the crate triplets. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another in sturdy straps. Box, there's nothing inside. There are 3 crates here, stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we could get over the fence. Junpei, think you could take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine, I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. What's he going to do with that screw? Let's see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy shit! This! Oh man! It's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. And we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. Because there's... Is that a coffin? Kind of weird to put a coffin here, right? It's just telling us to search here. It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh. Ace bent down and picked something up that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Now, did we learn about the... We learned more about All Ice, about Alice before this last split? Like... Because I forget, did we learn it all about Alice in this split? In this one? Or was it more around here? No, yeah, because here's where we learned about Ice 9. And I know that Akane brought up the coffin in one of these. And here we learned about Ice 9 and some of Clover's stuff. Here, I'm not sure. You need to collect the cards that we don't have. Can't just open them one at a time. And a 7's card. It's supposed to be a training card. It's not a very good one. Look at the names of the key moments and see. Yeah, but like... It just says chemical closet and before the door. It doesn't specify, like, what the scene was. It doesn't, like, specify, like... It specifies where it was, but it doesn't say, like, what it told you. Nothing in the boxes. Oh, there's 2 cards here. Not cool, man. Took this picture without my permission. It looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple. Not at all. Not in any way. Yeah, okay. Then why were we in the same box? This must be... Oh, no. Don't look at it. I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. As to Clover, my skin looks gross, and I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus, but I'm trying to. I'm doing the best I can. So please don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. Connie, hold on. I haven't said anything like that, have I? Just calm down. Chill out. Jesus Christ. This is Clover's card. Now looking at this photo, she's kind of cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? And this one is Snake. Snake. That's Snake's card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. And we're just missing Ace, right? Yeah. There he is. It's Ace's card. Look like some kind of European lord. Oh, my headshot. Want to see it? It's actually a pretty good picture. No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search.
Now
Well,
we finally
put
have
them
all
in.
9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the card in his hands, and he speared our shoulder at
You
them.
know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a
Yeah,
look.
of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on.
Oh,
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn he
I'll
stiffened.
leave the rest to you.
Hey, wait!
He quickly turned and walked away.
With him. Oh well, whatever.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned
Time
back
to
towards the
solve
boxes.
9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment, then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids popped open at once.
Oh, they opened!
Peered
what the-
inside. In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
Because of course.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Oops. It looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. So like crochet pins? Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them back into his pocket. 9 pins. Nothing in the boxes anymore. Let's see, what's up the stairs? I'm waiting for it, Junpei. Whatever, I'm going. What is this? Ha. There are several lights here with numbers from 1 to 9. I think my food's here. Gonna go ahead and turn my camera off. And the game sound back on. Just so that, you know, I can still play but eat at the same time. But so that, you know, you're not watching me eat, because who wants to watch someone eat? That's kind of gross. Hey, I'll be right back with food. I am back and I have food. Hope they gave me ketchup so I don't have to freaking. But I'm scared for the ketchup. Oh, thank God they did. Yeah, ketchup. Give me quite a lot of packets. With a knife. 6 holes, and it looks like the pins I just found would be perfect fit for them. Some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. Wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Probably. I would assume it'd be digital roots. Digital root. Yeah. Like so match the digital root that the pins inserted on top and lower parts will light up. One, two, 3 pins on top and 6, 7, 8 pins on the bottom. Turned off. The root of 21 is 3. The light 3 turns off. Root 6, 6. Light 6 turns off. If the digital root for the pins you inserted the same as the number of the lights that are lit, those lights turn off. What? Bro, they gave me the wrong burger. There's no bacon on it. Fuck you. Oh wow. Wait, you mean we know what's supposed to do with these lights? No, but I figure we could try and see if we could turn them all on, you know? Turn on the lights, huh? Try and get all the lights turned on. See. So well, let's start with the 1, 2, 3, and 4, 6. Oh wait, that's the same fucking digital root. I'm fucking stupid. No? Wait, I'm confused. Okay, there we go. I was doing the same digital route the whole time, because I'm fucking stupid like that. Okay. Let's see. We do 2, 3, 5. We should get 1. And then 1, 8, 4. Let's do 2, 3, and 9. And then 4, 5, 7. See, what do we do for 2? To do for 2, we can do 2, 3, 6? Yeah, I know I can use 9. I was using 9. Or did I use 9? I'm pretty sure. Did I use 9? I can use 9. I know I can. Yeah, 2, 3, 6. Let me go 4, 5, 8. Lights are on and the shutters opened up. It's doing so well. So F hexadecimal was 15, right? Yeah. I wonder. That accomplished nothing. Okay. There's some Sudoku ass shit. Please. I'm kind of stumped. Also, I'm eating some magic square. What do you mean a magic square? I have no idea what magic square is supposed to mean, Charcoal. Okay, so it is like Sudoku. And 6 plus 9. It's already 15. So then what about... Okay, I need a 5 in the middle. Gotcha. It means 1 and 9 obviously will be across from each other. 5 will be put 8 here. And 2 here. I have to have like 4 or 3 here and here. And 3. 8 plus 3. No. 9 plus 4. Well, 8 goes up here. 6 here. There we go. All lights lit! We did it! The power's on now! Green button, a red button, and a lever. We found a thing. Oh, what the heck? The Pushmaster 5000! Cause of course. Always gotta give it some kind of silly name like that. Why the big numbers? Because big numbers are fun. Coffin on top of the crates. Want to know what the deal is with it? Want to check it out? TRL is added to the file screen. Not lift heavy objects. After 50 moves, huh? Square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked. Master will move to that square. Up to a single crate. So we want to get to over here, right? Nope, reset. Reset. Because we can't move it, because we can't move that one, right? Oh, but now I can't. Okay, hold on. There we go. I'm done putting in the program. Need to climb the crates.
Mummy!
Really?
Fucking idiot.
Just go.
Okay, okay.
A small key and... a gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
So that's where Santa got it. Oh. I didn't mean to switch to adventure screen. It just did it on its own. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had to open it a long time ago if Santa had it interrupted. Wait, hold on. He looked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. It stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin. He smirked heartily at his own joke. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw out the lid of the coffin, and they peered inside. Contrary to what they had expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key. Well, and next to the key... So this is where Santa got the gun from the other ending.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy.
This thing is...
Check the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Are these real bullets?
The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real.
Oh, if this is real? Oh.
Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin. Don't do that. Santa's gonna take it now.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either. I don't believe Santa.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that
all.
key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place. The gun back where they had found it. The rusty key. Wonder where this goes to. Yay, looks like it's open, Jumpy! You see, this key should open this door. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Well, the door has been opened. A hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other three proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up to the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron gate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
It's open.
It works.
I think so.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C-Deck?
No, this hallway keeps going.
Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
The decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind. Continued down the hallway. Sometime
Looks
later,
like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
He searched around
There
just in
isn't
case.
anything else. It's the only way to go.
All right, let's open it.
It was the door or nothing. It's Nerf or nothing. Paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. Saw the number that had hung over their heads since they woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back of the wall of the room. It leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. Grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
The rad sat on the wall next to the door. It laid on it.
Huh.
We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last he found the exit. Cold gripped at his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure what to think or feel,
Huh?
Look!
he spun around
What?
Couldn't believe what he saw.
A 9 door. There's another one. Why?
Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It's a small, single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it. Zero never actually said there was only 1 door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1?
Oh, man.
Ah, jeez.
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
I'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt of what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
Voice spoke through Junpei's frantic thoughts.
Huh? Oh,
Santa's voice.
right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
Go back and get the others. There's only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized
Are you sure?
he had been holding.
I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with beginnings of tears and her legs
It's okay.
shook.
There's no way we'd...
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go to the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Wow. What is this? Oh, this is an Outer Wilds joke. Okay.
Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
What?
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
I have to say, like, what? Why specifically Atlanta? Like, what the hell does Atlanta have to do with anything? Perhaps it's just sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Sanane smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even when they spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
Even with all 7 of us.
Ace knew it. They all
Standing
knew it.
around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
Search
All right,
for
let's
Snake. Ace looked at all 3 of them and turned and headed through the door.
Okay.
Santa and June followed. Junpei started toward the door, then
Come
stopped.
to think of it, what is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship, And at the end, was it an altar perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
Before Junpei had time to answer that question,
Hey, Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move.
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Someone's banging a gong on the coffin again. You know, I think it's cool that we got the coffin ending before we got here. Because now that wasn't as surprising. That there was a banging. I'm like, oh, there's the banging. Okay. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. Didn't take them long.
It's
Seven and Lotus.
He didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
What?
Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. Turned back to Seven
What do you
and
mean,
Lotus.
gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to
When?
ask.
Why?
You 2 went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
Was that the captain's room? Where the captain was dead?
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought
When
for a
did this
moment.
happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to the central hospital room and looked
She's
around.
not here.
No, she isn't.
He searched a little longer, but with no luck. Couldn't find Clover.
There's no sign of her. Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei
All right.
spoke.
I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
Oh, we just automatically go on this side, so this must be the bad ending. Or a bad ending. Okay. There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June, even when they were alone. Although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children. Connie. 9 years ago, it came naturally after all. They were children. And now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. And although he could have put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her just Akane when they hadn't seen each other for so long. In short, it was easier for him to call her June and leave it at that.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Connie.
June, or perhaps more appropriately, Connie, blushed and smiled.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it.
Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs and turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place. June smiled, giving him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. Wink, wink. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp and her skin smooth and pale as always. It was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe and his long legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. Felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless, hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind, told him that she had been killed recently. Yeah, Junpei thought. Her mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then? Perhaps she'd been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took very little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet's taken outside the confines of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Is that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the number 8, the bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? Thought it only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. Sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat. Extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was a little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. As he did, the knife dug itself deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. Felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body has reached his mind. The killer glanced down at his body. Without a word, climbed to the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. To utter emptiness, he fell into 0. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Bad end. Was it Clover? Oh, there we go. Achievement unlocked. Cut and run. So I got an ending. I got a bad ending. I got a no ending. So what? These keys meant for? Okay, so if I jump to, like, red keys are for the red lock, the white keys are for the white lock. Got it. What about the yellow lock? So if I jump over here, does it keep the path that I had?
Let's go.
It keeps the path that I started with. Okay. So there's a key back here that I missed, apparently. Yeah, obviously. Wait, I'll get the bad ending this time? What do you mean?
That's the next door. Wait.
Right, she put stuff in her pockets.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
That Clover ran straight past the confused Junpei. She did, he caught a glimpse of her back.
Clover, what's that on your back?
Sticking out from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick.
A stick? Hey, Clover! What the hell's that thing on your back?
It's the axe. She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared.
Is she ignoring? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran after Clover. He pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. Big stairs.
Just like it says on the map.
Just like it says on the map, is what he expected after reading the map. Blah, blah, blah. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
What's up?
We
found what?
They found the door.
Come on!
What?
Just follow.
Okay.
So it turned and jogged off down the stairs.
If that's the case.
Wait for me.
Oh. Okay. What?
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
It's finally time.
Jumpy wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it yet. At least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably still was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins. Ah. I mean, I figured, like, because I had, like, all these white keys here. Guess I just never got these red keys, whatever they were.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
He looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left.
Hey, June!
His voice jolted. Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
He took off the stairs, jogging as fast as possible. And Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while until... Just reached C deck as Clover spoke.
What about door 2?
The key before the splits is just picking the correct door? Oh. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean picking... Okay, so for the red key, I have to go down this path then, right? Go down the right side. And then all the way down the middle. Is that what that means? Y'all turn to look at Clover. Seven
What
spoke.
about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we didn't... We haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean?
So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors.
What's the point? Huh? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, right? And we should do what we have to do before we go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know? Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. Huh. I don't know what might be in there. We may not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys?
Yeah, you do have a point.
Now there's not an agreement.
Last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look.
You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2.
Back to the yellow submarine, then?
The elevator can take us down to door 2.
Who shall go then?
Let's see.
Me. I'm going.
Then June, 7, and I need to go with her.
4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7. 20. 2 plus 0
Hey,
equals
why
2.
do you get to...
I don't mind. We'd only waste time arguing over it.
Jumpy, I'm okay too.
See?
Can we just go now? All right, let's get going.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Be careful.
Climb into the elevator, and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke.
Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me?
Go with you? Well, I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you?
That wasn't what I meant to... I was hoping you would come with me.
Seriously, though. I was kidding.
Come with you where?
So, where was it you wanted to take me?
There's something I wanted to show you.
Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough?
Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you.
Really?
Of course.
Ace's smile was friendly.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
Thanks, Junpei. Are you coming, Lotus?
Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go and see whatever it is you think is so important.
Thank you. Well then, shall we go?
Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. He disappeared into the hallway on the left. Did he take the gun this time? Time seemed to drag as Junpei waited for the others to return.
They're so slow. And what's keeping Ace and Lotus?
Suddenly, the elevator opened. A single person stood
Clover!
there.
I guess you're the first one back.
There's only Clover inside. He didn't see the rest. She looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposefully, stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her.
Where's everybody else? What happened?
She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on
Where are
Junpei.
Ace and Lotus?
Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway.
Junpei explained what had happened.
Oh, then they went over there?
Her voice was small and timid.
Yeah, I think so.
He repeated his earlier
So
question.
where are June, Santa, and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
There's something wrong with her smile.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here, let me show you.
Clover pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it on the floor at Junpei's feet.
Huh?
He looked down. The floor in front of him were 3 metal
Bracelets.
rings.
Oh my god. Oh, holy shit.
Junpei collapsed.
No. No way. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real.
Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest, and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. 3 bracelets sat there on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their
3,
faces.
7,
And
6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove it.
yeah, well, we know.
But why?
Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold.
Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's why I killed them.
And why'd you kill Akane?
Why? Why did you kill June?
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too.
No. No.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be
No.
a dream.
No.
It couldn't be real. It just couldn't.
Hey, Junpei.
Felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. Her Her smile was wrong, horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human.
Let's go.
Her hand reached out toward him.
Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship.
What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door?
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this...
So again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0.
The 0 bracelet. You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, she took the bracelet and the axe.
Oh, this? This is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us.
4 plus 5 plus 0 equals 9.
See? So let's go. Come on. Hurry up.
She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon. But there was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love.
Junpei.
Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep, so deep Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. Something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack, and his heart began to melt. The hand she was offering him looked so soft, so inviting.
Clover.
Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over her.
Yeah?
Okay! She just... Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, and screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movement slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover.
Thanks, Junpei.
Thanks, bro!
I'm just gonna borrow this, okay?
Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Bad end. Let me ask you a question. Thanks. Thanks, achievements. The axe. Alright, what do we do now? What do we go to now? I guess we'll do, like... See, I would have already have seen the red keys from going down this from going down this path, right? So if I click this...
This way.
And now, so I would have already have had whatever exposition was in these escape rooms, right? And so then now I go down this way.
Are you ready?
Now I have that key and that key. So I just hop into the escape room. Oh, there's the Junpei's eyes thing. And now we just kinda... bunch of rockers. Oh. I don't. Well, maybe I want to. Just select the segment? What do you mean, just select the segment? Charcoal, you didn't explain anything. Well, if you were gonna explain something, I'll explain it. Yeah. Oh, they're both locked. Wait, what do you mean they're both locked still? Oh, computer and locker. Blah, 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 blah. Sometimes making the correct decisions. Oh, wait, right, I have to... Right. She says this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Come over here. Hope those numbers are helpful. They will be. Usually the decisions are like, I want to talk about this or I don't want to talk about it. You know, that's fair. Do front plug, do the combine. And the power on, do.
Oh, that worked. What?
It certainly looks like it.
We can skip.
What kind of job do you have? What are you?
I'm unemployed at the moment.
I'm unemployed at the
I
moment.
used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I
Ooh,
quit.
cybersecurity.
Why?
Lotus
Huh?
blinked.
Oh, it was just something.
She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell.
I see.
This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
What are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
Brute force
A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Without looking up or slowing down, she began to
A
explain.
brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly. But given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little
But
odd.
back to what we were talking about earlier.
What were we talking about?
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 + 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange?
No?
No? Not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you?
No.
Who calculated 1 + 1?
The computer?
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh, the decisions are only a thing in the other route? Wow.
Oh.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is
You
doing
know,
the calculating.
I guess that makes sense because Clover was very standoffish.
But these cave people wouldn't know that because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head.
So, what are you trying to say?
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe, what if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. See? Doesn't it sound the same? Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications, we can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
The government has implanted chips in your brain. It's because you were vaccinated. Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else. That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether much like a bizarre, cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus
If
continued.
memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all.
Your memory is stored in the balls.
He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
Huh.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight, too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
Wait a minute. What?
Prosopag what? You know what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV. And blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he never heard the word prosopagnosia before.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
Like, bro, I'm just a college student. I'm in for general education. I don't have an actual degree yet. I'm still learning some shit. Lotus spun in her chair to look at him, and Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
What is it?
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
Junpei's just all like, man, the most impressive thing I could do is solve a Rubik's Cube.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same, even though they've obviously got faces. It's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually. But you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. Well, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
This reminds me of Kashimashi Girl Meets Girl of gender bent Yuri manga where one girl just had like the main love interest girl had like she could not distinguish anybody's face unless if they were a girl. All guys she had blurred face to. Which is probably different. I think it was probably due to some trauma or something. I forget, it's been a while. But, yeah, that was a thing. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
And, what were we talking about?
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
What about the other half?
Well, I guess I was just adulting.
Adulting?
Not funny.
Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic
It's nothing
to
more
it.
than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Why?
I don't have to kill time any longer.
As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high, brought it down on the enter key.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
I certainly did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession. Then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared, and to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
Again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Looks like a puzzle.
Huh?
All right,
Aren't
puzzle
you
boy,
No,
your
I
turn.
can't do anymore.
It looks like a puzzle. All right, puzzle boy, it's your turn. There we go. All right, solved it. Wonder where it came from. It came from right here. The activation key. Where's Clover?
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
Put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Hmm?
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Well, he was afraid of lights for one thing, which was weird because he's blind so he couldn't see them.
Huh?
Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him.
Let me think.
He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something. Even a small something that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away.
Hey, wait a minute.
Did I... Oh. So, you completely missed the thing that I said about it? Well, you'll just have to go back and watch.
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if...
Yeah. It's both, technically. Cause it didn't compare to it. It's more of just like it reminded me of it. Just because of how the main girl was like. And it's funny because it's a gender bender Yuri manga. The main character gets turned into a girl and the stuff happens. And like the main character gets turned into a girl but doesn't mind it. Like a lot of other gender bender manga and stuff, you know, when it happens, usually they're trying to find some way to turn back as soon as they can or whatever. Or in, I guess in My Hero's case, it's like, well, I guess this is it. This is my fucking sister. I'll have to just roll with it for now, I guess.
Is Snake, was he born...
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident.
I see.
A really bad car accident.
Oh.
He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. So that's why back here, when we were like, when she was like, oh yeah, so by the way, the snake arm lore. So that explains why when back here, when we were, like, I think it was around here, when we talked about how, what the state of his body was in, and she was like, wait, did you say that, also why the scene was described in great detail? And she was like, wait, his arm, if that was his left arm that was blown off and you saw a bone out of it, that means it couldn't have been him because his left arm is fake. Junpei nodded.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off toward the stairs. Okay. It's insert time. Turning the monitors. Now it's full of letters. Junpei, the thing is on. Alright, turn it. Alright, turn it all the way on. Roger, could we put it to max? Aw, shit. The mannequin's head exploded. That's why she doesn't kill everyone in the good timeline. Gotcha. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Da-na-na-na! Alright, we did it. Okay. Down to here. The handle.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. I'll just skip until it puts me to... Okay. So the first few minutes, no one's speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Santa suddenly stopped.
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There's a moment of silence after Santa posed a question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew.
It's that brainwave bullshit.
What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy?
Yeah.
They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
He looked skeptical, and Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic
Hey, wait.
alone.
There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and
Why
turned
did
around.
they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Emerge these nuts.
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. I guess the 9 photos?
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards.
Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
June, are you okay?
She didn't respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, all right? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
Shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you all right? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been in the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Fever wasn't completely
I
gone.
saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing
Still,
up.
to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed, but she did look a great deal better than she had.
All right,
Still.
well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
He's a
Cradle
what?
Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
Wasn't that...
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
We could have shake the feeling you'd heard about Soparil before. Santa
Soparil.
continued.
It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is.
That's the stuff that Ace injected himself with before everybody, just to leave himself in the hospital room. And Cradle Pharmaceuticals was the one who did the experiment, right?
It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and
I
simple.
heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
Turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Okay, so he has the prosopagnosia, doesn't he?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
Give them both a short nod and turned and headed towards Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was turned to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
Happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
He's held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
Wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, Put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours, so they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt about it. There's no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Well, still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes.
Ace's card is in box 1.
And just put them in. Do-do-do. You did it. What about the coffin? There's no key at the coffin. Okay. Leave no one behind. Dun, 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 dun. Clover's gone. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and
She's
in the
not
corners.
No, she isn't.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
We might as well check, right? Let's go.
There's a screwdriver stuck between the door and the
Good.
frame.
We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slid through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint. She placed her hands over her mouth. Her face
The
looked a
smell
little
is
green.
horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei hadn't eaten a lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. The only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. Stopped at the corner and turned his head.
She's not here.
As he suspected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. Only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Snake, just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was once Snake. He asked rhetorically, of course. There's no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of the skin and muscle. Bright white. Ulna.
Bones.
The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait.
Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead.
What?
I found her in the first-class bathroom.
All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Aww. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead.
Clover.
Oops.
Clover.
So he stood there, frozen in place.
Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed, peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, if were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Okay, so there's still like a few more things around here too. Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you all right?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back into the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. As everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin. Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed
Seven.
to ask.
There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock, so we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of the one with the shelves filled it, and gestured toward a small box. Box was a small metal cube. Yeah, we never opened this safe, did we? He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There's one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine, reddish-brown powder.
Rust.
Junpei stared at it,
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door
Behind
number 5.
this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
Smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled out from the base of his stomach, turning what little food there was into a violent froth.
Oh.
It was too much for him, and he vomited, a thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered on the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of his intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken out on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor next to the broken mass of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It was right next to the glasses.
And now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was
why?
gone. Had someone taken it? He was turning it over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Did you find something?
Actually, I found a lack of something. He thought for a moment before he responded.
Nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything, in a way. In fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet.
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips. You have 9, 4. And if they have 2, you would go for Santa next? If they're trying to open the 9 door?
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, and knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
Picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Sinister hand, that's another... Darkness of the sinister hand. Wasn't that... Didn't Santa say something like that in the other ending? In the coffin ending?
Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase Sinister Hand. Sinister Hand means... the right hand?
No, that's not right. In heraldry, the term sinister was used to refer to the left side of a coat of arms.
I see.
Or more accurately, it referred to things on the left side of a bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. The bracelet on his
Does the
wrist.
darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet
There's 2
closely.
things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words about switching the sentence around.
How about switching the sentence around? Gone had truth. Well, that makes even less sense. Clearly, switching the words isn't going to help.
Or a different idea. What else could gone and truth
What else
mean?
could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These 2 things sticking out. So if I...
Pressed them in the following order. Truth had gone. Truth had gone. Right? So right, left, right, left. And then... What? One after a number, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
One, 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. I feel like...
Well, hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
143833421.
Is that a...
One, 143833421. 143.
For long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers, just as the ones he just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Clover come to the bedroom to open it. Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers in the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left. And... oh.
Finished.
Bingo. I knew it was for this.
Small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle and took a deep breath and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been
Let's
holding.
see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The Nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO. Kentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff. Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor. Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn and slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
If you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Who do I think it is? Well, it couldn't be Ace, because he was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals, right? That's what we learned. Or he was an important person in it. I don't think it could be Seven. Like, all my thoughts are really going to Santa. I mean, it could be Lotus. Lotus or Santa. If it's one of the 5, if it's one of, you know, the ones that are who are here still. Almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock at the main staircase. 5. Bell rang 5 times and
it's
ceased.
5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned
Ace,
around.
7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear. Seven understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace?
Very well.
Sure.
Like, or of course it could be Snake himself, but he also played the game forever ago. Right? Oops. He also played the game, as it said. Once they'd finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shown from the Red's display
I have this
panel.
idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected, it was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the Red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some
Thanks.
answers.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please.
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. He asked Seven and Lotus to do it, right? Is Ace, Seven, and Lotus? Then would have just been one. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly
The clothes
continued.
I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. Set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on
Sorry,
his
Ace.
wrist.
I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth, and so did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them and then turned back towards Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all.
Oops.
In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance that the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first. Think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see? If Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace?
You know, aside from this path here, which was kind of funny, not gonna lie.
That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now. I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness as something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled a piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
That's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace
What's
spoke.
the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece
What's
of
this
paper.
piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began
The
to read.
nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
And suddenly...
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury, tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face as he realized what he'd done, and his eyes went
Very
wide.
well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all... First of all... He stammered as he tried to desperately work himself into a more tenable position. You're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
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 What?
I know where this is going. I know what he's about to say. Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
When you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
Then who the hell was Guy X? 1 + 2 + 9 = 12. 1 + 2 = 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway into his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. I saw this animation coming with the hands up like this. That's what they always do when they start laughing maniacally. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Actually, how is our flowchart? We're still just right here. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 2 plus 9 is 11. 1 plus 1 is 2. So on and so forth.
9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere. With anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me.
But who is this guy X?
The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me? Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the Red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the Red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
Man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed and spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the ninth man's corpse?
In the captain's quarters.
I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. He felt guilt, or if he felt guilt or remorse, or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty. Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room? If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes. And that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the Red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. Remember the last words Zero had written. I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words. Words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, Seven, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait, there's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else.
Remember, Snake wasn't always blind. He was blind from car accident. Which means there is a possibility he could regain his sight.
Is he watching
us? And he could have regained his sight at any point.
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch!
We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong?
You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. Someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raising a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with the raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. He snaked his arm around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. He grabbed the gun. I knew someone would have had to grab the gun, and it was probably Ace. Like, if Snake grabbed it here, I figured Ace probably grabbed it here. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's
If
head.
any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger.
Santa. I'm sorry, their names are too close to each other.
I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet.
So, was the 9th man, was he one of the other... He must have been one of the other, like, people on the board that Zero said must be punished.
Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen! I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
When he said it was him, we all thought that he probably meant Zero, but he meant Ace the whole time.
I had 4 reasons for killing him. As I
1.
said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
2.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the 2nd reason.
3.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared
I
at him.
don't get your 3rd motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
He smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, Gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
What's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at
On the other
Ace.
side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Yeah. Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious.
He has the number 9 bracelet. Ah. Yeah. Oops. He has the number 9 bracelet, and he has Lotus in his arms. He's just gonna go straight for the doors.
I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
9 plus 8 plus 1 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Isn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away! But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and 7 stood frozen. And what's our combination together? It's Santa, Junpei, June, 7. We're just 3. No combination of us would be able to get through unless we go back and take Clover's bracelet. Then we just have to leave 7 behind. But 7 would be our muscle. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. He had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more. And he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. Looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you all right?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Or... No. When...
But...
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it.
You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. If it's just us two, we would need... Oh shit, no, we would just need... Oh yeah, what the fuck? He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding metal on the floor as they ran. And here's where, in the American cartoon, they would jokingly have just an elevator scene with elevator music. They're just standing there and like and they're just waiting for the elevator to go down, and then it stops, and then they run out, but back to the intense music. That's what would happen in if this were an American-made game. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
When he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger than number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
Display panel read vacant. Spun around and headed towards a smaller door. Red would tell him to face in Lotus and move to another room.
Engaged.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, they were pondering what to do next. There was a noise. A noise like someone hitting thick wooden
What's
panel.
that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound. It's coming from the coffin.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar, or precisely what was on it.
The coffin?
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin, got hold of what perchance they could find, and pulled.
Damn it!
Constipated.
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Someone pointed out a keypad at the side of the coffin.
So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What are they supposed to do?
Is there
Junpei
some sort of
wondered.
clue somewhere?
Is it just gonna end like this again? They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for
try it,
success
you-
is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
I love it when someone uses something that they said against the other person. Something that the other person said against them. You know what I mean.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
3421.
14383421. Quickly he typed them in. Good, I don't have to do it myself. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. It was Snake.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course. There's no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. I knew it was Snake who was in the coffin the whole time. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There's a great deal he needed to know, but... He had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they kept from him. There's one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. Just like Clover did in the axe ending. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
That still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
Seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times he asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere in the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next, because their bracelets together will only open the 5 door. They need to open the 9 door. They would need Clover's bracelet.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet in Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. Did he take Clover's bracelet?
What?
Please tell me he took Clover's bracelet.
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
Finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Pulled out something round and metal. The number 0 bracelet. Okay. There was no mistaking number growing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, he'd have been able to see. He wouldn't have noticed 7 look away. If he hadn't been able to see, he wouldn't have noticed 7 look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the
He even
truth.
told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 plus 0 is
Come
9.
on, man, I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the Zero bracelet gets picked up by the Red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the Red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. Decided to use the following combination. What if it was number 4?
Let's try all 3 of us and the bracelet.
Snake plus Junpei plus 7 plus 2 plus 5 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 is 5.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
Nope.
It didn't open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then?
Decided to use the following combination. Junpei 7 and the bracelet.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
Scan in the bracelets. There's 6.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he
That means
thought.
the bracelet is actually 6.
5 plus 7 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
How is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
That's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem.
Wait. Our current bracelets? We have 2, 3, 5, 6, 6, 7.
My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Oh, wait, no, our current bracelets. No, yeah, because these 2 are 9, and then Jim... Wait, no, hold on. That doesn't make sense. All the bracelets? 6? I'm confusing what you're asking. I'm confused at what you're asking. Oh, just the sum? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, of the ones that are remaining? Or of the ones that we have here? Of all of the bracelets? Oh, 51? Oh, so that's why you fucking said 51 back in the thing. Okay.
Last
resort?
But even still, the digital root of 51 is 6. Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven
Gotta
spoke.
admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion.
So he took off his... So because the bracelet was on his left, is on everyone's left arm, he just took his left arm off because it's prosthetic.
I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive. Look, I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple, but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is,
It's prosthetic, yeah, I know. Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
These stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded and quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It only took a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, and at the end was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read incinerator.
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. He still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. Perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. His brain finally began to consider why. The whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my. How exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
Terrifying smile twisted Ace's
What's
face.
the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh, yes. You are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his
If you
teeth.
don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4 would be 9.
Ah, well. Your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
They haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally, I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Junpei could feel his voice growing hoarse, but Snake didn't listen
What
to him.
happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel
Clover
smile.
died.
The color left Snake's face. Shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter?
Oh, damn, he opened his eyes.
I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the 9th man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife
Jesus
slid in
Christ,
so
dude.
easily. There was no resistance.
Dude, you really are a fucking evil villain. Holy shit.
That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a power. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
I'm getting a boner just from thinking about stabbing this little girl. What the fuck, dude?
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake!
Don't do it!
Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
1 + 8 + 9.
Quickly
yeah,
now.
I know.
I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tense, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Then it happened.
Kill you.
Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. Ah, fuck, it's clicked off. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, 1 step closer to Ace, then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach. His eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me. I said, don't come any closer. Shit! You bastard!
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt in the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and broken, and battered body slid into the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
You won't get away.
And the other gripped his thigh with strength that could have been long gone.
You son of a bitch!
Long gone.
You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
Like, nothing can fix the hole in my heart you left for killing Clover.
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strained.
That's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. And he smiled, a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to... I'm going to
take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him, but Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow the clear lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing?
To clear the lump in his throat.
You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart, alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. Then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake!
Snake! Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his side and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me!
What are you, a Metal Gear Solid character now?
Let me go!
Incineration will begin in...
I cannot resist that joke.
10 seconds. Seven.
Jesus Christ, dude.
6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright? No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this!
Yes, you kind of...
Sesame!
You kind of did, dude. You killed Clover. You tried to kill Snake. You killed however many else people you killed.
Sesame Zero! Why? Why? Zero!
And the ninth man too, I guess.
Zero! Zero!
He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, alright?
Can our bracelets even open the door? I think I already checked this. He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again and knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
For long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
Pushed it and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He'd have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling. There was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. There on the red carpet in the center of the room. June! No codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you all right?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy, and they stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arms around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much. For everything. I was really happy to see you again. Jumpy, really happy.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel the piercing point of heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There's a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Kane. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it is. What are you talking about? I is not. The loser has been decided. I told you! I am not gonna lose! No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost. What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before he heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Kane out first.
He didn't want to leave Kane alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. And that was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
This is...
the knockout gas.
Smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. And then what happened? Zero lost. Was Zero really Junpei the whole time? Or was Zero everybody the whole time? Everybody was Zero. Zero was a nobody, then who was his Heartless? Junpei was Zero. Zero's the nobody, Junpei's the Heartless. God damn it, Kingdom Hearts, you did it again! Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, I really do need to play that again on this channel. There's a lot of games I need to get back to playing. The end, or is it? Dun 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 dun. Chance of loss is not 0. Seek a way out. Or I missed what that said. Save complete. Access to flowchart or... Yeah, what did that say? I'm sorry, I missed it. Anyways, probably something about this. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger. Let's see. Just skip through. This will take a long time. Like how long? Like another stream long? Might be better for next stream. Alright, I guess we're leaving this for next week. So, in that case... Instead, we're just gonna close out the game. Going to my, The same style as Sonic the Covenant. Yeah, I just like clicked. Just by automatic, you know, gamer button clicking. So I guess we'll leave the last story for next time. The opposite of the Yellow Submarine ending, where maybe everyone gets out alive. But you know, knowing what we know now, it's a little bit like, just knowing what we know now. Is a way to tell the player go back and do the coffin route. Could it start from anywhere? Oh, because you had to go through each route individually. You couldn't like select one from the DS. On the DS, you had to go through each one all the time. Just like Shadow the Hedgehog. But, like, better. Because you didn't have to do these arbitrary things. Like, kill all the humans or kill all the monsters. Or find the Chaos Emerald to decide your route. And then you have to do it 10 times in order to unlock the whole true ending. Including the escape rooms. Well, you know, at least, like, once you do the escape rooms once, you kind of already know it. Like, there's not much else to really, like, do, I guess. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, holy shit, my computer just took a huge dump for a second there. That wasn't me just ending the stream. That was me being like, oh, fuck. As I'm like, I just opened Twitch and then suddenly, it just took a big ol' shit dive. Anyways. Yeah, stream really did just take a big shit. It's getting late, ending before midnight. That's pretty alright, I guess. I'm gonna just set up a raid. Because he's streaming right now. You know him, Char. So, I think everybody who came into the stream to watch, to lurk, to chat, to do whatever. I appreciate everyone who even just, like, came in for, like, a second and then left. Next stream will be... Well, next stream for sure is gonna be on Wednesday. And I might stream sometime, anytime before that, maybe. It'll be really late night stream, so it might just be like something that I just want to get off my list. Like, I've been wanting to play Minoria, which is made by the same people who did Momodora. But anyways, I will see you all again next time.